Well, hello, good evening. With some oxygen not included. And I spent a little bit of time between last week's stream and today trying to get this fixed. So at the end of last stream, we were trying to run this and then realized that we had gaps open to space here on the edge of the map. So I had to, go back to the previous save, add a bunch of more drywall, add some floor tiles here. I made some other small modifications. So, for example, let me actually just run this a little bit because there we go. It's kind of working now, but I also turned it off to not receive new fuel because I want to get back in there and fix some things, or modify some things. So we had also, when we were test running or running this for the first time last week, we had like blocks of sand or dirt or whatever it was being formed here. So I added a robo miner that automatically removes those. Although I think this is kind of a thing of the past since we're no longer injecting any polluted water. So I might just remove that and get the iridium back. The other thing I added, since we had polluted water in here, which was, in retrospect, a dumb idea and a lazy idea, we had a bunch of polluted oxygen here, so I added a gas pump and a filter to just get the polluted oxygen out of there. And any steam that we pumped up, I put into this container with the idea of I can just deconstruct the container, which will release the steam back into the room. Now, one of the problems, so I thought a nuclear power plant needed a constant supply of 10 liters here, but it doesn't. You see how it's kind of stopping here, and then it will let the next blob in, or the next 3 blobs, and then it stops again. So apparently it's more something between 5 and 6 liters. So instead of so initially we had like this steam turbine combining with these 4 to get a full 10 liters, because each turbine does 2 liters or 2 kilograms, whatever you want to call it. But that was way too much, and like my buffer tanks here were filling up, but this is still too much from 4 turbines. So I need to kind of implement an overflow system, because otherwise I'm constantly removing steam from the room and we're losing steam pressure. And one of the problems of that is, not having enough steam pressure, is that we have vast temperature differences. Like the steam up here is 230 degrees, and down here it's like barely 150. Which also means that the steam turbines up here are running nicely, and the ones down here are like barely at half power. But yeah, for now we're gonna have to still have 40 kilograms, so that's like 4 more cycles of power that it has, and it's running, and it's fine. But I also, I really want more steam in here. I want to increase this to like, I don't know, 80 kilograms of steam pressure. I think you shouldn't. I've heard conflicting things. Like some people say you shouldn't go above 100 because then the reactor might not be able to put out the steam. Some say it's 150 where the reactor will block and melt down because it can't put out steam. I'm just gonna go with 80 as my target. It should be plenty of steam pressure for the room, and it's a safe number, it seems. Alright, one thing I want to do with this down here is I want to grab a couple tiles here. Like, if we put more water in, I don't want salt water or polluted water anymore. I want desalinated and or water sieved water. So I'm just gonna chuck all of that through sieve and salinator. Both of these machines do not care if the wrong water comes into them. They just, if it's, at least I think, like, The water sieve doesn't care about regular water, but does it care about salt water? I don't actually know. Also, are we getting radiation down here? It's fine. We'll try it out. If the machine breaks from the salt water, I'll have to figure something out. Alright, let's get you in here. Boom, bada boom, bada bang. No, that one. Oh, Windigo, what's up? Hope you're feeling better. Are you still on sick leave, or are you back on the work track? Ooh, sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, right. Then so what else did I do in the time in between? I'm constantly looking at this and getting concerned about this. But we're kind of getting this under control-ish. What are you doing here? What are you using obsidian for? Are we building something out of obsidian here? Oops. You know what? You can leave, but you can't get back in again. I have obsidian somewhere else other than the super hot obsidian down there. I made a tiny little change to this, which had a huge impact, and because I added a metal tile up here so that the return water from the steam turbines doesn't drop all the way down here, because it was kind of cooling the middle of the room. Instead, it's dropping up here and it's cooling the top, which we always had as the hottest place here, and that's done wonders for this steam room. So that's certainly a lesson I learned there. Oh, kinda need. You actually want some power, eh? The other thing I made while waiting for the nuclear power plant to kinda, run and even out and spin up is I built a little new thing down here. Just a small little setup. 2 aqua tuners for cooling liquids, 2 steam turbines, and basically 2 cooling loops. 1 cooling loop here as cooling the steam turbines itself and our gas reservoirs, because they were overheating from the hot natural gas that we get out of here. And the other cooling loop is cooling this little metal brick here, which at the moment should bring in some chlorine gas from this vent into our cold area up here. But I think I have that filter here set up incorrectly. Yeah, that's above 1 kilogram of pumping. Because this is a normal clone vent that spits out gas at 60 degrees, and this here is below 0 and wants to be below 0. Let me just pumping that through here. And it's coming out at a nice, crisp -20. That is working like a charm. And I have also then here one water pipe or a liquid pipe for future use if we want to cool something else, because I don't think this thing is stressed a lot about cooling down the gas. Yeah, and that should get us. We have always the problems when this thing goes dormant, then our grain is not coming in. But that should help with that. Getting a little bit of carbon dioxide in there, but I think there's just really one tile. That shouldn't be a big deal. So yeah, that's what I've been up to here. Keeping an eye on this. We also got a bunch of data banks from our space research missions back. So the ships are currently in orbit here, and we're currently doing some research. And of course we have a bunch of power generation from this, right? This is... yeah, it's like 1300 roughly per turbine. All hooked into our main power spine. So one thing we could do is get some more recreational buildings here. We have a rec room here. This wire is already overloaded. I'm gonna put another generator like here. Then we make a wire here. Cut this off. And then the new one takes care of the stuff on the right, and then we can add like probably a jukebox or something in here into the rec room. So this has been bugging me. So you see like how one steam turbine is always running a little bit lower than the others, and the culprit is there's one tile of oxygen in here, which is moving around and blocking one of the entrances to the steam turbines. And I don't know how it got in here. I'm fairly certain we completely had a vacuum in here and only steam, and I don't know. Somehow got some oxygen in here. But it's too much of a hassle to get it out. Okay, so it's not connected yet. Can I kinda... get this to kind of hopefully backflow in here. Probably just cut it off. Go back to speed 3. Meanwhile, I'm still also, you know, just to get one last update here over on the other planetoid. I'm a little bit torn. So I was adding this information, you know, to see, oh, I actually have 60 tons of cobalt here and some copper. So I could do some refining here and a little bit of iron ore. Like I'm torn between just chugging all of that into the wherever it is, into the loader and sending it to our other colony and to the main colony and just process it here, or building up metal refinery over here on this planetoid. But it's so, like, the annoying part is that we don't really have great power production, right? We have one gas vent. We have petroleum, but we don't have water on the planetoid, so we only have the water that we're getting in from this side. I'm just frustrated with this planet. I'm really wondering if we just, you know, pack it all over and then maybe build another metal refinery over on the other planet and send our colonists over and leave like 2 people here, keep this place running, and forget about the rest. I don't want to dig out the rest here. We had breach. That is actually something we should probably look into. But first of all, let's get a faster entrance here. And we do this, and then we just do a couple of tiles and hope that eventually it's gonna be fine. Cool. One other thing I wanted to check, skill-wise. Who do we have with astronomy? It's really just Lenny. Could do with a second researcher. Ape, eventually, I guess. But you're still in training, right? Machinery 12, athletics, you know? More skill points. Rocket piloting. I think you just... Good. Data analysis researcher. You just graduated from Rocket Academy, Ape. So let me see. Hey, you are allowed to do rocketry. You're also allowed to do researching. Sure, operating. That also means we're gonna allow Ape to go outside. And I think we just immediately... let me see, do we have food in here? Yes, we have oxygen in here. I think this rocket is ready to go. So we have a distance of 6 tiles. So this is just a exploration rocket. Gonna send it somewhere, and then it's gonna scan, and then it's gonna fly back home. Want to scan here, find out what this is. No idea what range the telescope has. Let's go there. Crew is gonna be Ape. Set it to crew. Cool. That's Ape. He's rocket recrewing. And off he goes. Yeah. Let's not make the same mistake we made with our other rocket. We just chucked all the water into space. Okay, now that's fine. 40,000 calories. Plenty of oxygen. You're gonna be fine. Gonna be just fine, Ape. 12 kilograms of steam pressure in here. That is not good. Are you out of fuel yet? Still two more cycles of fuel. God damn it. Well, this worked apparently. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. That in here. And then we're gonna hook this up here again. Then a whole lot more water in here. Yeah, because we don't have enough steam pressure, the aqua tuners are not properly getting cooled by the steam. And so they're taking overheat damage. That's actually... One much better once this thing is out of fuel and we can get in there to do some bigger works. Like I've done some work inside here, but it's one thing we could do is deconstruct this, release the steam that's in here. That's barely gonna make a difference. The water we're letting in here needs to kind of course, heat up and dissolve itself again first. What else can we do? We kind of need to get this water back in here. That's the thing. But I don't want to work here. It's a little bit too much radiation for my taste. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna survive 2 more cycles, right? Until this runs out of fuel. And then also I think I'm gonna disallow tinkering here since this is about to all power down. I wish there was an easier way. Copy settings. Why is that not an option for the steam turbines? No, I'm gonna do here. Iron to steel forever, iron to iron forever. It's interesting that now that the lower section of the steam room is now constantly overheating because we're dropping the water up here instead of down here. Alright, it's fine. How's the rocket doing? Still flying out there. I think as long as we're flying, you're mostly... Ow. Why are you sleeping on the ground? Oh. You can unequip your suits, and you can sleep in the beds. Wonderful. It's too hot in here. Oh, is it 50 degrees? I mean, how did that happen? Why is that water in the pipes 50? I don't understand. Man, rockets. Sometimes I miss the base game rockets from pre-space out. They were much easier to handle. I mean, I guess because they didn't have a rocket interior. 12 kilograms. Okay. Not gonna look on the overheating aqua tunas. It's fine. What kind of mess happened here? Somebody clean that up, please. What's my priority on the Atmosuit docks? Not enough. Make sure that the repaired suits are getting delivered quickly. New planetoid discovered. Fancy. Ricosson. Oh, I would need to fly there to actually be able to look at it. Tungsten volcano. Oh, so it's that's new meteor showers. Magma biome, space biome, marsh, jungle biome. Tungsten volcano. Interesting. Building melted. Mayroll melted due to extreme heat. What's the melting point of 600 degrees? This aqua tuna is 700 degrees hot. Okay. I'm gonna turn off these steam turbines. Which means this aqua tuna doesn't have to work. Make new drywall. Let's make it out of obsidian. And maybe we tell this thing here, yeah, let's just don't work. Stop working. I don't see any more nuclear fuel in here. Oh no, that's the wrong page. Okay, 8 kilos still in there. Hello, Vendril. What are you doing? Fine. Don't work here. I don't want you to overheat even more. Let you go to 40. It's nuclear. I mean, this is a very interesting experience for me for just learning how to work in nuclear power plants and things I will definitely do different here. Like, I scooched the reactor here into the corner, with the idea being, hey, half the radiation is off the map, so I don't have to worry about it. But not having it on mesh tiles and sitting in the hot liquid nuclear waste is a problem. That heated this thing up way more than it needs to. And then also it doesn't spread the heat properly. I should have definitely added more temperature shift plates, because we have the hot steam up here and only relatively cool steam down here. But yeah, I'm hoping as the fuel runs out here any second now, and I hope that the radiation actually goes away. Guess we'll find out, and then we can do some retrofits here. How's it looking? Immediately gone, the radiation. Isn't that fantastic? Just like in real life, you know, the moment you turn a reactor off, all the radiation is gone. Cool. Okay, so this water I want to have in here. Now I want... priority being the water staying in the loop or going into this pipe, going into the reactor. But if we're overflowing, come out here. Alright, then we're gonna grab igneous rock temp shift plates. This is gonna take a while. This is gonna take a while, but I hope that we have a much more even temperature distribution. Don't I have a blueprint for that? Sedimentary rock. Can we change that to... Change it now? Oh, it didn't quite do it, did it? Whatever. Just tell me you changed. What of igneous rock? What? But okay, but what if I allow access here? Are we then still out of igneous rock? Unreachable build. Oh yeah, about that. Let them build that. That's gonna take a while, yeah. I actually don't want this to cool down anymore, so let's just set all of these to only over 200 degrees. We're still having 200 degrees up there, unbelievable. Let me get this prioritized here. That we have our overflow system, so we get all this water, as aka steam, back into the place. Meanwhile, on the star map, just want to make sure that it looks like you have nothing left to explore. Salvation. Oh, hang on, Abe. No hard feelings, right? But hey, you're actually allowed space food now. What do we have? Our berry sludge. How long has he been in space? 3 days? A little starvation builds character, I would say. Don't work the steam here. This, well, dripping that water here onto that hot plate with the nuclear waste here. What is taking overheat damage here? The door? Deconstruct that. Make a new door in here. I just need a door for access control to the room. Although I'm not 100% sure how this mercury is 94. That makes no sense to me. This is a vacuum. There shouldn't be any temperature being transferred into this. Oh, they dropped the hot salt in here. What's taking heat damage here? The reactor? No. The drywall? There's a blob of water in the pipe here. That's flashing. I hope that's gonna work. I mean, this is a lot of work for them to do here. So I guess while that is happening, let's have a look here again. Why do I always catch you when you're taking a shit, Ape? Are you just not doing much else, or are you done here? You done with your telescope. Oh, you know what? We were doing something here, right? With the power. Yeah. Snip that, and then we get what? Furniture. Jukebot. It's all working fine. Even with that additional chlorine that we got from down here. Oh, you're also dormant. Well, that's great timing, isn't it? We're not getting any new grain in for another 22 cycles. Okay, up to 25 kilos almost of steam pressure. We'll figure something out, how we get this chilled here. We need to make a steel door. Who is this Mercury 160? What is in here? Where is this temperature coming from? Something very wonky happening here. Now, it's a good question. How do I get this cooled down? It shouldn't be 160 degrees. No sense to me how this heated up so much. If we had any more solid mercury, we could do another Tim shift plates, but I don't think we have any. Would just bottle up some cold mercury and put it in there. Although I think I actually can't because we don't have the room, do we? Can I do a bottle emptier? Yeah, I can. Beacher pump over here. Then, alright. Let me guess. He's on the shit every day. That can't be right. Everybody at one point, I don't know. The water's fine, right? We don't have any food poisoning. Well, not on the dupes. I mean, the water is poisoned, right? No, actually, it's not. Didn't we have food poisoning in here at some point? I don't know how I got rid of that, but look at me, expert at this game. Now we're currently working on this nuclear reactor here. Which was running for a while successfully, but we turned it off now to kind of do some retrofits here because it was not running fantastically. Now this is about to be to drop below 100 degrees, and then the water we're dropping in here is not gonna flash. And I want steam in this room, not water, so we might just actually have to stop doing that. I want most of this water back in here, though. So I'm like kind of aiming for like 80 kilograms of pressure. What happened here? Did the building the temp shift plate remove the mesh tile? That was not the plan. Alright. What are you doing? You are just bored. Okay. Alright. Fine. Come back home. Wear your Atmos suit. And then we'll figure out how to cool down the rocket. We also probably can consider, we have red bolt rockets now, getting rid of the CO2 rockets and doing an engine refit. Because even though I haven't tested it yet, this system should work, that we get our red bolts out of here, and then, well, this is the part I still need to work on. How much steel do we have? 10 tons? Why don't we just bunker it up here? Then we can do something here, getting the red bolts in there. Let's do that for now. I'll need to figure something out here, because we kind of need the vacuum here, because this is our responsible way of getting rid of our nuclear waste. We got rid of all the igneous rock here. This is almost empty. At that point, I kind of want to move these two in here. That's gonna be a whole thing. Also need to somehow get the cooling pipe in there. What's taking some damage here? Trapped. Deconstruct that tile. You shouldn't be trapped anymore. Meanwhile, equip your suit. I just need you to equip the suit again when you're landing. How far away are you? Oh, that's still gonna take a while. Sure. They're kind of stacked. Can we just get that Sweetle onto our farm? Is it gonna stack with the pollination from the Mimikers? Ah, what's happening here now? Let me guess. All the water in the pipes is shitting itself. Well, to be fair, we actually don't need to have these pipes here. Let's put these two. We'll empty this one. Oh, that's not actually how it's supposed to run at all. Actually, I think the better solution here is we need to change the material to ceramic. Ceramic pipes, just to be a better insulator, so that we don't get the water heating in the pipes. Ah, what's the work to do here? In terms of, we have one blob of polluted oxygen here. I think I don't worry about that anymore, and we're gonna get rid of that whole system here that I had to get the polluted oxygen out of this place. Yeah, all of this can go. Including the gas pump, the gas filter, the gas vents, pressure gas vents. Scalding. Got Ape. No. Ape. I didn't catch his landing, and so he's not in a suit. Alright. Get yourself back into the main base. Why would you go into the sauna? You're fine. Meanwhile, the rocket he came back in on needs to be set to grounded. Yeah, alright. Everybody's allowed. Nobody needs to crew it. And we need to... Wait, is this the right rocket? This is the rocket he came in on. To ground it, and we wanna circulate the water to get the temperature under control here. Except we don't have that set up on the outside. That's the problem. There we go. So feel like we at some point just need to dig all of this out to have some room here so we can make another cooling setup to like cool the water that we're using in the rockets. For now, I think I'm kind of close to actually finishing something here. What's happening now? I want to dig this up. I'm just worried about something nasty happening with the magma. Alright, have a look in. We have almost 40 kilograms of steam pressure, and we have a nice reservoir of water in here also. What we're gonna do now is cut this off, connect this to the reactor. Oh, you can stop. Stop emptying that pipe, please. And over here, we wanted some mercury. Hopefully we get some of that nice cool mercury from over here to come in here to kind of cool this down. It's not a big deal, but yeah. Definitely want to sweep with a high priority the plastic here so it doesn't melt in the steam. Actually, I'm just not the granite, just the plastic. If you just have one project and everybody is basically working here, it kind of always is nice. Looks like stuff is actually getting done. If I wanted to build more of these igneous rock, you know, we're gonna take granite here for the last few. Right. And then down here a little bit. That's the wrong one. Gotta have our pattern here. Since we're no longer doing that, we can also deconstruct this thing. Also means we don't need the power lines. Deconstruct that. That. How much uranium do we have anyway? 10 tons. Okay. Be like 1,000 cycles, so not gonna worry about getting more uranium at this point. So how's the Pluto rocket looking in terms of temperatures? Are we getting the temperatures down here? Barely. Because the water's not moving, because... what? I'm assuming we just haven't built the pipe yet. Can't reach that. More ladder over here or here. The one other thing I definitely learned is like the aqua tuners. I should have put them like more in the center rather than all the way in the edge, because there's not enough steam here sometimes, and so that's why they're overheating. Lessons to be learned. And I guess we're about to have some Jorbo fillet. Because this is now... fortunately no longer a good environment for them to live in. Oh wow. Not the first creature we eliminated on this planet. I think those are the last two Jorbos on this planetoid. No, there's one survivor here in this pool. It's fine. I kinda use this anyway. No, we don't even have the smoked fish. Selected here. There's a potential forever recipe. Starvation. False alarm, as always. Okay, we plug that hole. Let's do some deconstruction over here, also on this planetoid. We don't really need this. The whole power and upper line here can go. Just oxygen, right? Yeah. If we're gonna strip mine this and send all the good materials home, we might as well get that remaining cobalt here dug up. Nothing interesting in here. What? What are you? Obsidian from there. Go. Just don't now go take a lunch break and drop it somewhere else. Seeds. Interesting. I think we want to do anything with that, but interesting. Okay, do we actually not have igneous rock left? Or people just being lazy about finishing the last few? Currently we have 28 tons. Now that could include the stuff that's on the ground here. Well, I'm gonna dig this up. This still not working. Nobody building this. Okay, now we're cycling the water through this ship and also cooling that down. Cool. Let me just increase the priority on all of this. That we get this done. Also, I really would like this thing to be repaired. Using temperature. Last thing I want is half of this steam to turn back into water down here. That would be terrible. Okay, so over here where this thing is, we have also 50 kilograms of steam. Anyone coming here to repair this? No? Let me just disable auto repair, enable auto repair. What if I do this? No? Nobody. Okay, there we go. I was wondering if nobody was repairing it because it wasn't running. Right. That's kind of all the refits I wanted to do. Let's do a sweep here. Actually do it on high priority. Get all this debris out of here. The metals. Some gold down there. Actually get all of this out of here. And then, just in preparation of getting this going again, we're gonna let the aqua tuner run. It should be able to run here, since it's sitting in a nice 50 kilograms of steam. So let's set this back to 25 degrees, and so they can start getting the cooling loops a little bit cooler here. which will actually heat up the steam again a little bit, so we're not losing too much temperature from this down here. Oh, this is... no. This is not supposed... This is not how we thought this would work. Don't bring the salt here, bring it somewhere else. I don't care where. Okay, you know what? We're gonna start getting all the valuables out of here. Get the metal ores out of here. Well, maybe not all of them. Then about all we can keep here. Do I care about copper? Keep the copper here so we can build something. Keep the gold here so we can build something. But yeah, iron, cobalt. Send it over. Wolframite. Yeah. That should keep the people in this colony busy for a while. My cooling loop is down to 22. That's nice. Have a look in here. 40. Going down. Nice. Actually, second thought, I don't think we need this thing anymore here. This was for the salt that we got out of the reactor, but if we're not putting salt water in there anymore, that's just not gonna happen. Let's get you out of there. Do we not have this configured to take iridium? Okay. Alright, forget about this thing. We're not gonna get this cooled down in any significant way, so I think we're just gonna get a door out of something that's a little bit more heat resistant. Screw it, let's just use some steel here. Whatever. I just need a door here to control access to the reactor room. Next. Oh, this all already flashed to steam here. Nice. Just from the heat we got from running the aqua tuners, I guess. So we got 6 kilograms of steam in here. I'm gonna wait for this to run here, to be constructed, so I can disallow people from going in there. And we're gonna fire this thing up again. What are you doing in here? Oh, hang on. Anything else I wanted to do in here while we're doing the maintenance? I think this is okay. Outside of, you know, ripping it all out and moving the reactor over 3 tiles, which I can't be bothered doing right now. Alright. Nobody allowed in? Hit the switch. Yeah, at the moment, we're bringing in the fresh water from down here. We're actually already adding some more steam pressure to the room, which is fine. Eventually, this convoluted setup up here is going to take over with the water from the steam turbines. So yeah, so the problem with the placement here, because I did the lazy thing, placing it here, this is the tile where the hot water drops out. You see like a little blob here dropping down briefly. It's hard to see it. And so it lands immediately on the bottom, so that means all the hot steam is up here. If I had it like here, then it would all drop down below and kind of spread the steam out better. If I'm gonna run into any more troubles and I have to disable this thing again, I might just rip it all out and move it over. But for now, I'm gonna see how this works. Alright, this is done. Actually, I'm gonna leave this open here, so I have access to this area. So I can do this. Get a ladder out of shore granite. We're gonna try here. Let's swap this for a Red Bolt engine, which I've never used before, so that's gonna be fun. Which I can't seem to find. Come on, not safe. Be gentle. Which I thought I had researched it. But we're currently still researching. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, what are you doing in there? Oh, we put an oxalate in this. I'm just gonna say no, it's good for now. What are we doing here? Because I'm fairly certain, yeah, we no longer have the oxalate in there. No idea what's happening in there? Okay, whatever. Yeah, we're at like 140, 145 steam temp, 66 steam pressure. Like it, I like it. Reactor itself is just, so I had this also sitting at 350 the whole time. Now it's just above 200. We should have also temp shifted all the way up to the reactor. But it's going to be fine. Alright, so we have a path now here. Now, how do we do this? How do we load these rockets with red bolts when they're coming out here? I could redirect it through this, and then through this, and then somehow hit the rockets. I guess I need to research the engines first, otherwise I don't know where I need to shoot at anyway. So I guess if we have nothing else to build, we could finally start dismantling this biome a little bit more here. Okay, that's just... I'm just gonna do a dig at a time here. 4 tiles, 4 tiles, 4 tiles. And we can also move this up. What do we have here? Rust. Right. Team is at 160-ish. That'll take some energy. There's a lot of steam in here now that needs to be heated up, or the temp shift plates need to be heated up. I think once we have working temperature, it's gonna be running smoothly, purring like a kitten. Right, yeah, I dug that out. So, hang on, this is open, yeah. I mean, yeah, you want some more temperature, don't you? I kinda also want to get in there to construct shit. Definitely no longer need these two on this side. So I'm thinking I remapped the keys so I can rotate with R instead of O, and now I'm still hitting O the whole time. Yeah, this conveyor loader is gonna go here. And the out sweeper is gonna go here. Immediately gonna also make sure both of them are gonna be cools. How do we get that in there? Because if we use obsidian, then we can go through the steel tiles. I think that should be fine. What kind of pipe spaghetti was this here? Alright, temporarily we gotta kinda disable our cooling loop here, just so that I can get this sorted and deconstructed without... okay, that was actually the wrong snip. We need snip here. Just double checking that this is actually empty. So we're not gonna, if I deconstruct that, not gonna have a bunch of nectar flushing here, and then we have carbon dioxide in here again, because I don't want that mess again. Alright, give me obsidian. And yeah, for the time being, we're gonna set this to send green signal above 150. Just that we open the door, so we can get to that construction area. That also means we're gonna need this steel. And we're gonna need the conveyor rail. We can deconstruct that. I just don't want it to drop down into the magma. So I think we're only gonna deconstruct these tiles. Maybe that. Not sure if it will pop up top or drop down below. So let's not take the chance here. What are you doing? Okay, just taking the obsidian for the pipes here. That's fine. I think the moment they go onto this ladder, I'm just getting very, very concerned about the dupes. Okay, alright. That was actually really fast here, guys. We might need to get a little bit more nectar into the loop here. That it's up. It's just 35 degrees, 24 degrees. Okay, that's not a problem. Just want to make sure that we're not filling the cooling loop here. Would probably help if this thing was actually connected to the. Alright, that's good enough. Now it's. That was actually one drop too many. Fine, we can just do a empty pipe here. What's happening here? Are we? Oh, yeah, okay, no, that's fine. Why are we using nectar for plastic again? We don't have that much, do we? Yeah, actually have a fair amount. Nice. That should... No, it's still not. Okay. So we have to remove another blob. A little bit micromanagement. And while I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at the reactor. I'm sure that's the nuclear reactor can run without me looking at it, right? What could possibly happen up there? Come on, somebody do this. Yeah, remove 2 blobs. Why is this not running like a charm now? Okay. Now it's still stopping. Remove another. So removed 2 more blobs from the loop. Now it's only 5. Cool. So we can now disallow anyone from going in here again. Since you're cooled now, we can say, hey, any igneous rock? Do we have anything else? Abyssalite? We don't need that. Can't cool that down anyway. Okay, any igneous rock you find, pick it up. And you can operate on 200 degrees again. So we should be closing the door here in a second, get the heat in here, and now whenever we drag heat out of the magma and it turns into igneous rock, we pick it up, bring it into the sauna. So we shouldn't form any tiles here, and eventually the level should drop to one layer, right? So the problem was that the magma was melting the igneous rock that was on the ground here, and that's why it rose to 2 layers, even though the whole magma blade theory says it just should be 1 layer high. Anyway, nuclear reactor. What have you been doing up to here? You are up to 190 degrees. 97 over here. 67 over here. 135 down here. Okay, so that's kind of the same problem I had before. I think I'm actually gonna start the steam turbines at 175. Those are running now. Most importantly, gets me water from the steam turbines again. By the way, what I'm doing here is I have a little system, a liquid shutoff that makes sure I have full blobs of water, full pipes, because if it's not full, the reactor will melt down. Still not 100% sure. Let's have a much closer low and high thresholds. Let's just say 12. These guys have been out of the water for a while now. They're still not dead. I like that we have our gas pipe here to cool down the oxygen. I mean, I guess that is still 10 degrees here, but there's not much cooling happening. That's fine. Okay, so if we're running the steam turbines again, let's allow them to be tinkered, so we get more power out of this. I don't like how the temperature isn't really spreading evenly. I have over 200 degrees team temperature up here and down here. Seven cycles. These start to run. I guess once these run and their exhaust water is coming out here, that should keep this area a little bit cooler, maybe? I hope this is gonna run stable here. Ooh, a pink unitard. Who gets that? Me. Actually, good temperature in here. We don't even need to close the door. Let's just hope that this magma doesn't rise and flow over and cause a whole mess. But hey, maybe we finally got this stabilized. Only took like 15 streams to get there. Alright, so how's the research looking here? Yeah, our applied science research is so slow because we still rely on radiation from this. I mean, it's not terrible, it's kind of terrible. I guess the bigger problem is that Lenny is so good at research that he uses up those red bolts way faster than we're producing them here. Anyway, we're busy ripping this thing apart here. Kind of looking at this, and I probably want to have some sort of tank here, probably. We do this. Give me a insulated tile. Sedimentary rock's gonna be fine. So I'm probably gonna get like a wall all the way down here, where we have our loop where we're cooling some of our oxygen, and everything to the right of it is just gonna get demolished. This is gonna be... I'm not sure what we're building here, but we're building something here. Let's not... Yeah, let's corner build this thing first before we build anything else here. Because otherwise all the mercury is gonna slip low down there, and we don't want that necessarily. Do 10 up here. Now it's 75, almost 80 steam pressure. It looks like that we are completely now on the water from internal, from the steam turbines. No longer getting any from the water down here, which is the way it should be. And the moment I say that, we have the water coming in here. Get this. Well, I'm gonna disable the overflow for now, and we'll have to see. Oh, you know what I could do? But then I need to get it back in here. I could just make a sensor, like basically looking at the steam pressure, and if it's below a certain value, then we open up this valve. You know what? No. Somebody is gonna sometimes have to take one for the team. Alright. We need a Atmos sensor made from steel. Over there. And then an automation wire made from steel. Going into that. Could be a quick construction job. Barely any radiation up here. Oh, quickly turn it off again, then not seeing the radiation, it's not gonna hurt anybody. Alright, meanwhile. Oh. Right. So we send a green signal if we are below 75,000. We can't do that. Why? Really? $20,000 is your maximum. How about if you manually input the value, then you can ignore that. Well, that's not going to be helpful. I mean, kinda maybe is. It's fine. Research is about to be done. Once the research is done, we can take a look at the new rocket engine and how we get the red bolts that we're getting from the reactor eventually. How we get them over there. Also, since these are now always running, I think we can also allow Tinker on those, get a little bit more power out of this. Yeah, gonna cause a little bit of a mess. Once we dig this all out, but I kind of want this sorted here. Finish that research. Could of course try to, we could use those red bolts to somehow get a materials science terminal up here. And get that charged up way faster. Hey, Operaman, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, for the Atmos sensor. That's a mod, oh yeah? Okay, that might be helpful, because I'd really like to set this for higher value. Didn't even think about looking for a mod for that. Yeah, I'll probably get that between streams. So that kinda would help me keep the steam pressure here high, because I can't find the right balance here between dropping water back in and keeping water so that we have just the internal water coming back in. But it's kind of, it's stable-ish. I wish we had more temperature down here. I'm sure it's fine. Right, let's do one more here. I think then we bring it up and swipe up everything else, and then get some scaffolding in here so we can really core this out. 2, 3, 4. What are we building out here? Via sedimentary rock, sure. This is gonna be a mess. Like, we're gonna have all the liquids coming down here, but it's fine. I just want this, dig this out, get a little bit more building area nearby. I was concerned when I don't see the power banks in here and it's showing empty, but we do have, ever since we completely switched to the eco power banks, we have a constant 10 megajoules. Ionic duplicant power available. Right. How's this going here? Also, over here, how we looking? We have 65 tons of cobalt ore here now. A whole bunch of wolframite, coal, diamond, all the stuff from the other colony, or everything that's of any value. Which, you know, we might actually then also just queue up some of that cobalt here. Yeah, let's just get a full batch of cobalt processed. And give me some tungsten. Not sure yet what we use it for. Sure, there's gotta be something useful. Then I should go all the way over here. How much is missing there? 40? It looks like we're so close, but it's still actually 40 missing. Okay. The gas storages is that's with the Prehistoric Planet Pack. This one is like the Dartle gas storage, and then down here we have like a Draco themed, not Draco, lamp themed gas storage. So based on the new critters. Kind of like. Also, on that note, you know, I just noticed we have some blueprint points available. 10 unclaimed blueprints. Let's see. You know, they. Oh, that's new balloons, right? The dupe clothing I'm just not getting excited about. Ooh, this is the first lavatory skin that I got. Cool checkers. Alright. Oh, you know what? Immediately gonna change this one to lush green. Blends in a little bit with the wallpaper here. Yeah, almost, you know, since it kind of fits with the wallpaper, let's actually change all of them to the green one. I thought, you know, having some variety, but no, let's go full on green. You guys are stuck. Congratulations. What's the fastest way to get you out of there? You just dig in? Higby can't dig. Okay. I mean, he's Higby, not Digby, eh? I guess one thing I can already do here, we're gonna need a red bolt reflector. Yeah. One way or the other. To punch it up top. Let me just see here. If I were to get it down here, I think we can. Well, I guess we can deconstruct this. Put a material science terminal. Yeah. Let me just see if that works out. Yeah, there. I think we're one off. I guess we can just tile there. East means though this tile needs to be gone, but then we need a tile here so we can actually still move. I'm gonna need a little bit of scaffolding here. If that actually works. I'm gonna check if we have power on this power line. Somebody finish this out, please. Okay. Alright, let's actually test this then. Let's just activate one of them. Alright. I think it's worked. It's not coming out here. I've definitely seen people do this. Get the diagonally out through the tiles. Oh, this is gonna be... I don't think it's the water. It could be though. Let's mop that up and see if that solves the issue. I guess water is a good thing usually to stop radiation. No, it just dissipates in the wall here. Ah, boy. It sucks so much. That was my whole plan. Ah, I needed this. I don't have petroleum to run better rockets. I needed Red Bull engines. Also, what's the deal here now? Unreachable module and storage. How is this unreachable now? Let's be unreachable. What did I break? This missing piece of ladder shouldn't be an issue. Oh, they can no longer go up here because of this stuff. Well, this is just fantastic. There we go. I mean, we can do these joint plates, right? But that means opening up the whole steam room, and that's a mess that I'm not sure I'm willing to do right now. What's the alternative here? But that also means I can't do this, right? This is not gonna work. That's the lesser problem. This is the bigger problem. I'm trying to wrap my head around this, how I want to do this. The other problem is, of course, it also transfers temperature, so instead of an insulated tile, I bounce the bolts through my liquid locks. Probably. Me. I'm just wondering what's the lesser hassle, like building some sort of ping pong system that gets through the liquid lock out here and then probably up the ladder shaft and then hitting this, or I just in some sort of way construct a joint plate here, and then I'm gonna lose heat out of the steam room because it's not gonna be an insulated tile, obviously. It bothers me most that I've definitely seen other people have builds where the red balls go through a corner. Alright, okay, whatever. We're not other people. Guess somebody is gonna get a little bit irradiated here. Building this. So we're gonna pump it down. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna do it then this way. Put it into the liquid lock. Means we're gonna lose the thing, the door, any sort of access control to the room here, which I guess is gonna be totally fine, nothing to worry about. I mean, as long as I don't have any tasks in here, the dupes shouldn't be going in there anyway. Lindsay, taking on for the team. Love it. Nice. Okay. You shoot downstairs, downways. You shoot left. Copy. Left. Right. So get rid of one piece of leather. At least the reflectors don't take any power. Alright. You shoot down. Left. Left. Yeah. No. Okay, you know what? That maybe wasn't as annoying as I thought it would be. The water is bursting in the pipes. Leave it, let it out. Close it up again. We're gonna fire a test red bolt here. And then, of course, it will not... Oh, suddenly that works? That works through the diagonal here, but it doesn't work here? At least the game's consistent, right? And that was 37. That, yeah, I guess we're shooting it at 50, which I guess is fine. Now the question is it a question of this is insulated tiles, these are regular tiles, and that's why it didn't work here and it works here? Or is it a, yeah, you can't shoot top left, but bottom left is fine? Well, either way, we got a second material study terminal. The thing is, though, if we now that we have the red bolts coming through here, we might as well then put another reflector here, shoot them through this wall, and get them to the rockets, rather than going up top. Oh no, this is all an awkward position here. Tell that much. Right. Research complete. Red bolt engine. Wonderful. So let's go here. Replace with a red bolt engine. Made out of steel. Cool. And you know what? Same thing here. Base above rocket blocked. What? Oh, the frickin' ladders that I had to build here to build the pipe. What I can do, though, and should do, do I get you to? I guess once this is gone, it no longer has an output pipe, so all of this gas should backflow, and then we can get rid of the gas pipe. Yeah, it's fine. There's too much radiation here. I guess we could sneak it like in the corner here or so, and then shoot the red bolts there. But it's like, sure, we're losing some red bolts due to the distance. Not so interesting, yeah, but no, for now, shoot them somewhere else. But we're getting them basically as a byproduct from getting the power here, right? So I'm not too concerned about that. The only thing I really would like to get some sort of access control for the reactor room. I just don't see how, because I am running the heavy watt wire through here, right? And if I make a door here, then I'm also blocking access to the steam turbines. And there's technically nothing for them to do in here anyway, so I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. Anyway, new printables. Get that. Someday I figure out how to handle shop bolts, and then I can also get, you know, all the food from those. Now I wanted to check what new research, if any, we want to queue up. This is the diamond press, yes, okay. So that is all going out, so we can actually deconstruct the gas pipes here. I'm just gonna rip it all out. So I might need a gas pipe here eventually again, but for now, this can all get lost. And then I think what we can do here with the red bolts. I think this is the smarter way. We catch them here on the way to the terminal, shoot them off to the left. Shoot them through the wall here. And then we're just gonna get them into the rocket from below. Reflector, probably need to make them out of obsidian, so that they don't get melted by the rocket exhaust, although that might actually not be good enough. We'll see. Then there's an automation wire here. Yeah. Sends a green signal and rocket is on the rocket platform. No, this one. It's a green signal, then the red board storage is full. Otherwise I sense a red signal. So we kinda want a NOT gate. That'll be steel. Automation wire bridge, out of steel. I'll do that. It's gonna look a little bit ugly. I want to see where this... That should be going out, right? I'm kind of curious to see where this one actually shoots. No, it's kind of outside. It seems like the left up is kind of buggered. Alright, yeah. Alright, so we're shooting you down again then. That one, that down. So the idea is shooting it down through the wall, into the rocket. When the engine is full, it sends a signal, disables this, gets to the second one, loading up this rocket. And the thing is, we only have one of our generators active here, right? If that's too slow for my taste, I can just Trigger a second or a third one. Then if this one is full, it goes through, hits this one, and just shoots the remaining in outer space. Because I think if we just let it through, it will damage the wall here, which we kind of don't want. The question is just, if we launch the rocket, will this survive this? Okay. Yeah, now it goes through, loads up that rocket. Wonderful. I like it when a plan comes together. And I'm actually surprised how quickly, it's like 3 red balls and this thing is full. Alright, we also have some additional height here, right? So we can do some shit. Let's get some ladders in that we can actually build further up. So I definitely wanna change this here to a drill cone. And in that case, we're also gonna need a large cargo module. It's honestly going out. Okay. And also the red bolts going down here means the chance of them accidentally hitting a dupe are kind of minimized. Because they have no reason to go down there as they all just fuck around down there. Ah, little red bolt never hurt anyone. I guess one thing we have to do though is this piping is no longer in the place where it needs to be. So let's deconstruct this. And I actually don't like this going what we had here before, so we're just gonna do it like this. Bridge that over. Bridge that in there. So yeah, actually don't do this, don't do this. So that this deconstruct and give me a bridge. Why are we leaking nuclear something here? Should I be concerned? Where's that coming from? Red Dodge engines, blah blah blah. Engine must be built. I mean, it's just gonna go out into space. Don't worry, don't worry. A little nuclear fallout never hurt anyone. Builds character, all of that. Okay, apparently actually, while I'm at it, let's make sure all of this is also obsidian pipes here, insulated pipes. And actually, that needs to come in here. I'm wondering, what do we do with the second rocket? I think we're gonna do a... Give me another module. Let's do a... rover module? If we just make 2 rovers and just, you know, explore some of the other planetoids with those. Right. How's the checklist? No destination set, okay. Not fueled. What do you mean? The rocket does not have enough fuel to reach its destination. Yeah, because I haven't set a destination yet. Drill cone missing diamond. Okay. That's a bigger problem. Colony achievement earned. Radical trip. Red balls travel a cumulative 10 kilometers. Okay. Cool. Missing diamonds. How much diamond does that need? How much diamond do I even have? Finish this one piece of pipe there. You are just constantly complaining. You have 60,000 calories here. Probably somebody is just, you know, waiting to go on his lunch break. I think somebody was hit by a red bolt here. That's why we got the radiation warning. Alright, let's check our Explorer rocket interior. Still have plenty of oxygen. Temperature's down to a relaxing 30 degrees. I think we want to grab some plastic again here. So while the drill cone is drilling, we can do some orbital research, yeah. Since the temperature is okay, I think we're gonna snip the exit so that we have water in here. Okay. So okay, we'll look at the star map where we want to go. So I want to gather some resources somewhere with that drill cone. Probably gonna be just, well, not the liquid stuff. You just the demonia debris here, get some iridium, gold, and some other shit. Hey, we could get some petroleum from there. Yeah, this is gonna be the main debris field here. It's gonna be our target. Yes, it's further away than what the rocket can reach. What? I don't. What am I missing here? Tanks are full. A different fuel tank module may be needed. No? Are we exceeding the height, maybe? Then normally... No, the rocket engine can support the height of the rocket. Cool. Throwing 100 out of 100 rod bolts. Then I do not understand. What about this guy? Same shit, not enough fuel to reach destination. And it's a green signal when the storage is full, so our storage is full at the moment. Well, I fully understand the issue is here. Maybe because it's grounded, and that's just the thing that it's complaining about. I'm just gonna see if we can launch it. Set it to crew only. What's happening here? Oh, it's the phone is ringing. I'm like, who's hiding here behind the tile? Alright, Lenny. I know you're taking a shit, but enough fuel to reach destination. Oh. Well, this is dumb. Why is the maximum set to 100 if I need way more than 100 to even leave the planet? That's silly. Alright. Alright. No crew. New interior. Grounded. Oh, okay, now you can finish your shit. Oh, it's grounded. You can leave again, Lenny. You don't need to stay here. Hi. Okay. Okay, if we need 4,000 instead of 100, maybe we activate our third Red Bolt shooter here. That is so unintuitive that it's like, yeah, no, you need to manually increase the limit, otherwise you don't have enough fuel. But you're still sending a signal as if you're full. This. And then it actually registered as the red bolt hit. Oh, actually, I'm not full, so now I can connect this again. That's gonna be fine. And it's just gonna take a little bit of time. Whoa, 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 what's happening here? Let me guess, now we have enough fuel to reach destination? No. Knowledge warnings? No? Checklist incomplete. Yeah, it's fine. Chill, we don't need to launch. I'm just gonna briefly open this up again. Yeah, this being my red bolt tunnel, well, this is a ladder shaft that people use to get to these generators. Probably not the safest. Don't think that's OSHA approved, but we're not going to think about it too much. Again, lots of lessons to be learned for future nuclear reactor builds. And meanwhile, keep digging this all up. Yeah, so now I'm wondering if I say like change destination. Now it says it has 4 tiles of range. Well, we don't need to fully fuel it up if we just fly here. So it's 200 red bolts per tile of range. So we'll set the maximum here to 800. Then the automation should not do its thing. Okay, you know what? We send it to 1,000. This one should get us to 1,000. And then the automation triggered, and it's gone to the other rocket. Cool. Alright. So now we look at the checklist with fuels. Request crew. And begin launch sequence. Oh, and view interior. No longer grounded restriction. It's our hero of the rocket. Let's see what breaks as the rocket launches. Building melted. The automation wire? That's steel wire. Oof. So what alternatives do we have then for automation wire? Can we make it out of tungsten? I guess iridium. I think the melting point. Okay, let's check melting points here. Steel 24, 26. $34. Okay, that's a little bit higher. 45. Okay, so it's gotta be tungsten then. Weird always that I can build over wire with a different material, but I can't. Can I just for the bridge change material? Okay, that works. Yeah.
Order rebuilds. Okay. I guess the not gate. Do you have a melting point? You do have a melting point. And shoot the tungsten. Okay. Well, the next question is then gonna be, once the rocket reaches its spot. Alright, that looks like it's digging. Lenny, you can unequip your suit. Hard at work immediately. Hard at work or hardly working, eh? I want to see that if he can do science while the drill cone is drilling. Do we actually have? Yeah, no. This is a task. Promise this is not hooked up to any battery. I'm not sure if he's just gonna run internally. No, hang on. Then can I look at the rocket here somehow? It does have a module, an accumulator module, so maybe he just needs to fully charge it up first. Yeah, we'll check back on you, buddy. Alright, meanwhile, for our second rocket, if we're looking at the star map, I think Wodino was the one I definitely wanna land on. So that would be 3, 6 if we don't land anywhere else. But I kinda thought we just do a big old trip here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 13, 14, 15. So we need 3,000 red bolts. Ish. Might as well fill it up, eh? Just so that I can make a little detour, maybe. Okay. What is... So... Oh, there's of course no engine here. It's not sending a green signal. It's a green signal when a rocket is on the platform. Otherwise, it's a red signal. So I guess we're gonna need an AND gate, tungsten, so I want a rocket, and I want the rocket to be empty, and only then do we allow this to shoot red bolts up here. Yeah, we have some liquid nuclear waste here and nuclear fallout raining from the sky, but other than that, we have a very bright, almost radiating future ahead of us. Yeah, okay, red signal. Everything going into the second rocket. Wonderful. Let's check here. Are you still running? No, you're taking a shit. Every time I check on my pilots, they're on the toilet. I don't know why that happens so reliably. Meanwhile, almost forgot. We were working on this. That's a whole lot of nasty liquids that are going to spill out all over here, and we're going to have to clean up at some point. The other thing I wanted to do though is I wanted to pull this all the way over here. Oh, don't need that. You know, I don't want to completely ruin this cold biome, so we're just gonna insulate it in. But other than that, a whole lot of digging happening here. We're running low on microchips. Let's put you a little bit higher. Okay, that might have been a little bit too much water here. Liquids in general. My transport tube is flooded. That's not necessarily what I had in mind here. But meanwhile, we can take a quick look. Yeah, they need to do research. Okay, wonderful. And also here, can I see? Okay. Drilling. Can I see what I have loaded? Cargo capacity remaining 20.5 tons. Okay. Alright. Cargo bay in contents. Like a ton of iridium, a little bit of mafic rock, a little bit of gold, 2.5 tons of granite. Yeah, I guess you get exactly the split. Ah, nice, nice. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's making progress here with the mopping. Oh no, never mind. Okay, he made some progress. I should totally get like a pump in here. Oh boy, do I want to look at the plumbing here? What's this? Okay, you know, I just really wanna... I think this is all plumbing that's remaining back from when we were filling up this sauna. It's fine. We'll clean that up another time. I changed the keybind and I'm using the old keybind. Alright. We're just gonna pump it in here, then pump it again. It's a little bit waste of electricity, but whatever. And this pump has set to the filter, so any mercury is going into the mercury pool that's totally not about to flow over. And anything else is getting sieved and desalinated and stored. That should be just fine. We're doing this shit, yeah. I mean, then again, now that we know that we can shoot down through the corner, maybe we could just move this couple tiles back, shoot it down here, then up again. I don't know. It's working now. It's fine. Thimble reed? That's kind of actually what I'm looking for. I thought we would have to go to another planet. Because we don't have actually any reed fiber at the moment. Because I killed our Rexes. So we could run some thimbleweed, but that needs a lot of polluted water, if I'm not mistaken. Which we kind of have down here. I'm going to be super lazy about this. Hydroponic farm tiles. Right here on top of the existing water line. Yeah, what we can do here, though, with this rocket... We don't have an interior, fair enough. Change the destination to... No, I guess. All right. So we don't even need to. Yeah, we don't need to land there. We just need to get to orbit of that. That we can get a rover over there. Oh, and I guess we should also copy this. Didn't that help? Why isn't ship taking a little bit of rest here? Group health is our number one priority here. Also going to run into a different problem here. Then that is our gunk overflow storage is almost full. And we still don't know what to do with the gunk. So for now, I'm going to do the smart thing. Just deconstruct. Rebuild. And then the gunk just drops into bottle on the floor. And then it's a future me problem. Oh no. That's... point then, putting the big bottle that just came from deconstructing onto this thing. That was not the idea here. Ah, Jesus, Meep. What's your construction skill? 0. Yeah, that's what I thought. Talking about construction skill, is anyone ever constructing this thing here? Like, why is everything else being built, but not the liquid vent? Something I kind of feel that happens a lot. That, like, liquid vents, for some reason, have a lower priority than anything else. Also, gee, what are we... Dropping all the liquid down here. But this was all so clean. Over here, we can put the thimble reed in. And double check again. You need an atmosphere of oxygen, polluted oxygen, carbon dioxide, polluted water. Damn, you're in chlorine here right now. And you need 160 kilograms of polluted water per cycle. That's a lot of. So currently you wouldn't like it here because of the chlorine. How do we get the chlorine out of there? Also, what's the temperature down here? 25-ish, that should be fine for thimble reeds. What we could try is opening this up a little bit. Maybe the chlorine comes down here and the oxygen that's in here comes out. If that doesn't work, we can just put some dasher salt mines in here. I could just move the plant somewhere else, but it's so convenient. We have the water here, the polluted water, which is coming from all of this reservoir. Just so convenient. All right, have a look in here. 3,000. I'm assuming this is... The landers are not ready. Additional landers must be constructed. Where does this? We're waiting for this to be fully loaded, and then we send this out. Then we hope that the new tungsten cables will not melt away as the rocket launches. Because that's kind of dumb, right? That, you know, you have the automation port there. I guess, you know, I could run it to the side rather than down below, but when the rocket launches, it's still going to blast it. I don't know. Oh, by the way, over here. Yeah, I'm letting this fully put the water back in. Yeah, let's just let it run. That's gonna take a while to catch up, actually. Okay, 3 more bolts. Switches to red. You know, I think in this case we're gonna then turn these off. Don't need any more bolts. Thank you very much. Right. But you're still gonna wait for, yeah, you're still waiting for the landers, which I have no idea. Unreachable storage. Okay, that'll explain it. So probably gonna need a piece of leather there. Is that thought? Oh, it's awaiting delivery. Okay, and as soon as we get the delivery here of the steel, we're gonna send this out. Both delivered now. Oh no, land is ready now. Now what now? Ready or not ready? Oh, they need to be constructed. I see. Checklist. Need pilot and crew. Ape is the crew. Set it to crew only. View interior. Remove grounded status. Also, make sure we have some water stored here. Temperature's fine in here. Alright, alright. Ape. Unequip your suit. Not sequence. And off he goes. Cool. This is the mess. Total disaster. And hey, at least we get it out of here. It's fine. Little mopping. Gets the job done. What's happening here? Is there a dartle in that tile? How did you end up in there? Okay, it's fine. And yeah, if we want to build anything new, like it's probably gonna be another like Aquatuna steam turbine setup to chill something or cool something off or anything. We got some room here now. Quick check down here. Yeah, you don't like the chlorine gas, and the chlorine is not going away. So why don't we just take some farm tiles, rotate them. Although that's just gonna eat it up there. I kind of need to eat below you. Let's get down there. And get some Dasher salt mines that eat the chlorine, and eventually they're gonna have atmosphere here. I'm not too stressed about it. We still have 70 fiber units. What's entombed? We want to fix that. Explorer. That's Lenny, alright. Ape has nothing to do. Does that mean you reached your destination already? No. Why are you not flying the rocket then? Who's flying that thing? Oh, and now you're... Okay. Boss is looking. Quick, I have to pretend like I'm actually useful here. Shit. Ah, rocket is in orbit. Deploy rover module. Where do we deploy it? Here where the structure is, or on this side where we have a nice location, or down in the crater? I think I want it here. Let me see that. Hello, rover. Alright, so I think rover is gonna dig into this thing. And just explore the area a little bit, eh? See if we can find some of those neat geysers. Kind of prepare the whole thing for future colonization. Meanwhile, you can fly to a new location. I did have some extra fuel. I kinda want to fly here, so that we can use the telescope to discover whatever that is. Interesting here is due to the crashed satellite on this planet. That's a nice radiation source, which would allow us to refuel a rocket if we land one here. Rover, can you build an airlock? You can. What a champ. Well, that's what? 400 kilograms of steel. I'm assuming a rocket landing pad is probably more than that. Rocket platform is... Yeah, we need to get more steel down here if we really want to build a platform so we can land rockets. Which can be the second rover, I'm assuming. Or like this trailblazer module. But for now, I think rover can do some more digging exploration here. Alright, meanwhile, our rocket here, the drill cone has been used up, even though we still have 7 tons of cargo capacity. Okay, fair enough. And we have 3.5 tons of iridium, 4.5 tons of mafic, gold, and 8 tons of granite. Alright, the question is, do we let Lenny do a little bit more research here? Or do we land and get a new drill cone? Kinda here on a little bit on team drill cone, I wanna say. One of the guys I see, huh? Complaining about radiation? Was there somebody up here? I guess when they do the Angie's tune-up on the steam engines, they get a little irradiated. Shouldn't be complaining about it too much. Also, we haven't called our extra lumps in a while. And down here, I need to actually set this up to be dash of salt mines. And this, copy settings, there we go. All of this mess, I guess, what we're gonna do. Well, I'm not exactly sure what I want to build here. Let's just do a low priority sweep on all of this. Get this out of there. Yeah, I feel like, our nuclear reactor is kind of running very smoothly, except that these steam turbines are not running because we're not getting enough temperature down here. I guess I could say, 150, but then again, it's kind of a little bit of a waste. I don't think we need all the power. This is running. This is still building tiles. I thought it wouldn't do that anymore. Or maybe we were just not fast enough picking up all the rock. Yeah, there's still 7 tons of rock there. Talk about rock. You're flying around. You're sleeping. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you to land at your next opportunity. Oh, you already did. Who don't have many? Save. And then we set this to grounded. Oh, and then most importantly, how do I get the chit here? Do I just empty storage? And everything falls down here. Wonderful. Suddenly we have 3.5 tons of iridium. That is nice. Space materials we can do something with. Meteor showers. Let's keep Rover busy here. He can't get through the Abyssalite. I can't get down here and over to the other side because of this Abyssalite, but we can, I guess we can do some, you know. How does it work? This work. I'm not sure how well Rover reacts to. Oh, you can't dig bleachstone? Also, okay, alright, yeah. Wait, do I even need to do this kind of nonsense? Can't you just build a ladder, my friend? Yeah. The swampy ore fields. Looted dirt, mud, cobalt ore. Okay, I guess. Oh, is that meteor showers that are home planetoid? Marston. It's working really fine. That. Just the rover to get down here. I don't think rover can submit a bioscan. Also, yeah, we can't dig through the granite anyway. What's the deal here? Still have battery power. Why are you not building? Maybe we don't have any rock left? I think it's a 2 tile radius for the telescope. So, well, the big question is, alright, how much? We have 16 tiles remaining. think we're gonna fly out a little bit further here. That way we can explore these two. 14. It's 5 and then 5 back. Yeah, that should be plenty of fuel. Meanwhile, over here, our drill cone is fully filled up again with diamonds. Oh, but we need to enable the red bolts again. Fill that up. Yeah, this is more long-term thing, I think. That's not gonna immediately get us anything. Get chlorine again, that's nice. So we should be getting some more grain. At this point, like 1 million berry sludge. Maybe we could just allow berry sludge for everybody. I think we're gonna like eat the veggie poppers. They can go bad. The berry sludge is for our space travel, and it's our emergency supply in case we get backtracked on everything. By the way, ages ago, we got some new dupes, and we never let them out the base. Turner and Meep. You still only have Athletics 9. You have Athletics 16. I think you probably can go out. Alright. You're gonna get some exosuit training, carrying. Do we need another rancher? Or do we just leave it like this? Maybe give you tidying for some more strength? Strength hat? What's that? Turner, right? Yeah. Tidying, supplying. And that's good. And then we allow you to actually leave the base. And he can help, that mess. For some reason he's not building that. Maybe he kinda needs to actually dig up the water weed, but he can't do that. Maybe he likes plants too much. I don't know. No, that's not what I wanted to click at all. Close. No. Dig in. Okay, I guess then we dig in this way. Yeah. I think more than a little exploration is all we can do here with Rover. Maybe we can do some ladders. I don't know. Like, this seems interesting to just start a fresh colony here, right? With the picture pump and everything already in place. Another gravitas building down there. I guess the radiation alert could also just be somebody refreshing here these words. Yeah, question. Somebody should really sweep the databanks. I mean, we still have 300 databanks, right? Maybe... I think I need a different pilot so that somebody else can go out there, drill up some more materials for us. Well, I guess the other question is, do we really need more iridium, or do we want to find some other stuff? Water ice, polluted ice, that doesn't seem interesting. Slime, algae, dirt. Heat, nickel ore, shale. It's all kind of not really tickling my fancy in terms of drilling it up. I might rather get more iridium. Or maybe we don't fly at all at the moment and just let Lenny finish the research while he's on the planets. Let's forget, you can actually make a ladder here. And you're hitting granite. That's a granite layer. Just want to get a little bit more further down here, just to see what this is. If there's anything super special on this planetoid. Hey, slime lung, yay! Really wanna see what this is, and I think I wanna drop down that other rover on the other planetoid, and then we're probably gonna call it for today. Let's see if we can make it there in a reasonable amount of time. Telescope target. Unless, of course, this is another planetoid, then we might just drop the rover here. It is another planetoid. Alright, alright. Tundra planetoid. With an iron volcano. Lime molds, metal poor. And just tundra. Just tundra biomes, nothing else. I mean, the iron volcano is kind of... no. This one had the tungsten volcano. That's probably more interesting. Oh, there's the temporal tear. Tear. Alright. Change destination. Let's fly over there. Don't need to telescope an empty spot in space. And we can't build the ladder again. God damn it. Rover, why is he useless? Why can't you not dig that out? Alright, new plan. Get a ladder here. At least this far. Oh, you know what? On that note, if I can build ladders, why don't I just build a ladder across here? And then we can see what's on the other side. Ah, what do we have here? Oh, that's an interesting question. Can Rover build a mini pod? Almost feels like cheating. Don't need to land a rocket here if I can just print a dupe here. Yeah, in theory we can print dupes here and colonize the planet that way. Whether or not that's the best way, you know, getting a fresh duplicant without any skills on an empty planetoid might have some challenges. Well, I guess a new dupe could just, you know, get a little farm going or get some oxygen generation somehow. I don't even, do we have anything here? We do slime here. Difference. You're flying over there. What's this then? So hang on, now he's telescoping this? That's 3 tiles away. I thought the range was 2 tiles. I don't know. Out of curiosity. 5 cycles, 0%. Same thing here. Yeah, everything is being handled by our nuclear power plant. That's kind of nice. I guess by these. Well, in this case, you know what I should probably do here? I should disallow tinker on these because they are running way too rarely that it's worth tinkering this. Alright, research complete on Brackeen. I guess we're getting hydrogen engines, even though we don't have petroleum on the planet. Figure something out. And yeah, I'm really just waiting for this to reach this so we can land over there. Or, you know what? We'll keep the exploration of another new planetoid for the next time we stream. So we've been live for the usual 4 hours that I stream on the first day, so I think it's about time to call it a night here. So yeah, this, I was going to say, this is stable now. Why is there something broken? I guess the water is sitting too long in the pipes. I guess these pipes are ceramic, but these are not. So maybe I need to change that. We should have plenty of ceramic to justify that. But that's a problem for future colony. Save and quit. So yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. We might. I don't know when the next Oni stream is gonna be. We did get to another planetoid. We started mining in space. We have the nuclear reactor that we've been kind of working on for the last 3 streams. I want to say at a really steady pace now, running and giving us pretty much unlimited power for the rest of the playthrough. So really happy about that. We'll see what we'll do next time. For today, we're gonna call it. Next stream is gonna be on Saturday with more XCOM, the usual stuff, and then yeah, we'll just see from there. Let me see if we have anyone out there with some raiding. Yeah, sure. I'll send you over again to a good old friend HBFT, who's doing some XCOM. So you know what, you can kind of get in the mood for Thursday, Friday, Saturday even. Alright. Thanks again. Have a great night, everybody. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.